Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. The first gentle touches of dawn crept across the unique settlement, nestled in the sheltered valley, painting the weathered buildings with soft hues of gold and amber. Unlike the harsh, angular ruins that dominated much of the wasteland, this community had grown organically around the natural rock formations and cave systems that provided shelter for its unusual inhabitants. The morning light transformed rough stone walls into warm surfaces that would soon attract the settlement's most distinctive residents, the golden geckos who shared this space in remarkable harmony with their ghoul neighbors. Moss stirred in their simple dwelling as the familiar sounds of early morning began filtering through the thick canvas that served as a door. The ghouls' movements were deliberate and unhurried, joints protesting slightly after a night of stillness, a sensation they had long since accepted as part of their transformed existence. Around them, the modest home reflected years of thoughtful adaptation to accommodate both human and gecko needs. Wide doorways allowed even the largest geckos comfortable passage, while sturdy platforms built at various heights provided the creatures with ideal basking spots once the sun climbed higher. The dwelling itself represented the settlement's philosophy made manifest, neither purely human nor entirely given over to the geckos, but something uniquely balanced between both needs. Moss had constructed much of it personally over the decades, learning through patient observation exactly what arrangements best served their scaled companions. Low tables held water dishes refreshed nightly, the ceramic worn smooth by countless gecko tongues. Shelving units stored various supplies, dried herbs, and specially prepared feeds that supplemented the gecko's natural foraging, medical supplies for treating both human and reptilian ailments. Carefully maintained records documenting generations of gecko behavior and communication patterns. Moss dressed in the practical clothing that had become standard in the settlement, durable fabric that could withstand gecko claws without tearing, muted colors that didn't startle or challenge the creatures, pockets specially reinforced to carry the various items needed throughout the day. Each piece showed careful mending where needed, testament to the settlement's philosophy of preservation and careful resource management. Stepping outside, Moss paused to appreciate the morning air, cool and clean, carrying the subtle scents that marked a healthy gecko population. The settlement spread before them in the growing light, a collection of adapted structures and purpose-built shelters that had evolved over decades of coexistence. Stone buildings clustered near the central water source, their walls providing ideal temperature regulation for both ghoul and gecko residents. Wooden platforms and bridges connected various levels, allowing geckos to move freely throughout the community without crowding the ground paths used by their two-legged neighbors. The early morning held a particular quality that Moss had come to treasure over their many years in the settlement. This liminal time, when night creatures yielded to day dwellers, when the temperature sat perfectly balanced between cool and warm, when the world seemed to pause in gentle anticipation of the coming day. It was during these moments that the deep peace of their community felt most tangible, a living refutation of the violence and mistrust that characterized so much of the wasteland beyond their borders. A soft chirrup drew Moss's attention to a familiar form emerging from beneath a nearby platform. Ochre, one of the senior geckos Moss had known since the creature's hatching nearly 2 decades ago, stretched luxuriously in the growing light. The gecko's golden scales caught the early sun, creating a brief shimmer of warm light that never failed to bring a gentle smile to Moss's weathered features. "Good morning, old friend," Moss spoke softly, their voice carrying the distinctive rasp common to ghouls but tempered with years of practice to achieve tones that soothed rather than startled. Ready to greet another day, Ochre responded with a series of subtle movements, a particular tilt of the head, a specific pattern of breathing, the way the gecko's tail curved slightly to the left. To an outsider, these might seem like random animal behaviors. To Moss, who had spent decades learning the nuanced communication methods of their scaled neighbors, the meaning was clear: contentment, acknowledgement, and a gentle reminder that the morning feeding would be appreciated when convenient. This communication system had developed gradually over the settlement's history, a patient collaboration between species that had learned to see past surface differences to find common ground. Not the trained responses of domesticated animals performing for rewards, but genuine interspecies dialogue based on mutual respect and long observation. The geckos had their own complex social structures and communication methods. The settlement's ghoul residents had simply learned to participate in these existing systems rather than imposing human frameworks onto their neighbors. Moss made their way toward the feeding stations, noting with practiced observation which geckos had already emerged to seek the morning sun and which still rested in the cooler shadows. Each creature known individually, their preferences and patterns as familiar to Moss as those of any human neighbor. There was Jade, who preferred to eat only after full sunrise had warmed her thoroughly. Copper, whose advancing age meant he moved more slowly but whose alert intelligence had only sharpened over the years. The younger generation, Citrine, Amber, and Little Pyrite, who brought endless energy and curiosity to the settlement's daily routines. All the feeding stations themselves represented another adaptation born from long experience. Rather than simple troughs that might encourage competition or aggressive behavior, the settlement had developed a distributed system that respected Gecko's social dynamics. Multiple platforms at different heights, each with carefully portioned feeds that considered individual dietary needs. Some geckos thrived on the specially cultivated insects raised in the settlement's protected breeding chambers. Devernine, Soris diffuae in Devernine, Incarn, Devernine. Others preferred the varied vegetation that grew in the cultivated gardens, plants selected not just for their nutritional value, but for their ability to thrive in the local climate while providing food for both human and gecko residents. As Moss began the morning feeding routine, their movements followed patterns refined over countless repetitions, each action deliberate but flowing, creating no sudden movements that might startle, no aggressive gestures that could be misinterpreted. The geckos responded to this familiar dance by emerging from their various resting places, scales catching the light as they moved with surprising grace across the platforms and bridges designed for their use. The feeding process itself had become almost meditative for Moss, a morning ritual that set the tone for each day, measuring out portions with practiced precision, noting which geckos showed particular appetite or hesitation, observing the subtle social interactions as the creatures gathered. The younger geckos deferred to their elders at preferred feeding spots, while established pairs often ate in comfortable proximity that spoke of long companionship. It was during this peaceful routine that Moss first noticed the approaching figure on the settlement's main path. Even at a distance, the stranger's movements spoke volumes, hesitant, exhausted, carrying the particular combination of desperation and fear that marked so many wasteland refugees. The way they moved suggested injury or extreme fatigue, each step an effort of will rather than natural locomotion. More telling was the stranger's reaction when they spotted the first of the settlement's geckos. Even from across the compound, Moss could see the sudden freeze, the instinctive reach for what was probably a weapon, the visible tension that transformed exhaustion into potential flight or fight response. It was a reaction Moss had witnessed countless times. The wasteland taught harsh lessons about large creatures, and few arrived at the settlement prepared for the reality of peaceful coexistence with beings that could, if they chose, pose significant danger. Several of the geckos had noticed the stranger as well, their excellent vision detecting the approach even before Moss's observation. Interestingly, their response demonstrated the settlement's long history of positive human-gecko interactions. Rather than showing aggression or territorial display, the geckos simply observed with calm attention, some continuing their morning feeding while keeping one eye on the newcomer. They had learned over generations that humans approaching the settlement rarely posed threats, and that their ghoul neighbors would handle any necessary interactions. Moss made a quiet clicking sound with their tongue, a signal several nearby geckos recognized. The message was simple: awareness but not alarm. Continue normal activities but maintain observation. The geckos responded with subtle shifts in posture that acknowledged the communication, their trust in Moss evident in how quickly they returned to their morning routines. Moving with deliberate calm, Moss set down the feeding containers and began walking toward the settlement's entrance, not hurrying, which might alarm either the stranger or the geckos, but not delaying either. The stranger needed to be met before fear overwhelmed exhaustion and led to unfortunate decisions. Too many potential residents had fled at their first sight of the settlement's unique population, carrying back to the wasteland tales that grew in the telling until the community became something monstrous in rumor rather than remarkable in reality. As Moss approached, more details about the stranger became apparent. Young, perhaps in their mid-20s, though the wasteland had a way of aging faces beyond their years. Clothing torn and travel-stained, suggesting a long journey without safe shelter. A small pack that hung too light, provisions clearly exhausted. Most telling were the eyes, wide with fear as they darted between Moss's approaching form and the various geckos visible throughout the settlement, unable to decide which represented the greater threat. Moss stopped at what experience had taught was an ideal distance, close enough for conversation but far enough to seem non-threatening. They raised both hands slowly, showing empty palms in the universal gesture of peaceful intention. When they spoke, their voice carried deliberate calm, pitched to soothe rather than startle. "Good morning, traveler. You look like you've had a long journey. My name is Moss, and you've reached New Harmony." The settlement's name spoken with quiet pride, though Moss knew it likely meant nothing to the frightened stranger. "You're safe here, though I understand appearances might suggest otherwise." The stranger's voice cracked when they finally spoke, exhaustion and fear combining to strip away any pretense of composure. I'm Brooke. I was told, someone in Traders Point said there was a settlement this way that might, but they didn't say." Their words trailed off as one of the larger geckos, Jasper, chose that moment to emerge from behind a nearby building, his impressive bulk moving with surprising quiet across the worn stones. "They didn't mention the geckos," Ors finished gently, a slight smile creasing their weathered features. "People rarely do, properly. Too unusual for most to believe without seeing. And yes, before you ask, that's what they are, golden geckos. And yes, they live here alongside us. And no, they won't harm you unless you give them very good reason to feel threatened." Brooke's hand had moved to what Moss could now see was a small knife at their belt, barely a weapon at all, more useful for cutting rope than defense. The gesture spoke of desperation rather than real aggression, the last resort of someone who had nothing left but the need to survive another day. You're a ghoul," Brooke stated, as if just processing this additional complexity to an already overwhelming situation. "And those things, they're just walking around freely." Moss nodded, maintaining their calm demeanor despite the familiar sting of being reduced to a ghoul rather than simply a person. Years of experience had taught them that such reactions were rarely personal. Fear spoke first in the wasteland, and understanding came only with patience. "I am what radiation has made me, yes, as are all the human residents here. And the geckos aren't things, they're our neighbors, our partners. They've been living in these caves far longer than we have. We simply learned to share the space respectfully. Moss gestured toward a bench positioned near the entrance, its placement deliberate for exactly such encounters. Would you like to sit? You look ready to fall over, and I promise the geckos have no interest in you as long as you're with me. Brooke hesitated, exhaustion warring with ingrained wasteland paranoia. Finally, fatigue won, and they stumbled toward the bench with movements that confirmed Moss's assessment of their condition. Days without proper rest, probably longer without adequate food. The wasteland extracted harsh tolls from those traveling alone. As Brooke collapsed onto the bench, Moss noted how several geckos had positioned themselves at comfortable distances, curious but non-threatening, maintaining the careful balance the settlement had developed over years. Oka had settled onto a sunny platform where she could observe the newcomer while appearing to simply bask. Younger geckos peered from various vantage points, their natural curiosity tempered by the calm behavior of their elders. I have water, Moss offered, producing a canteen from one of their reinforced pockets, clean from our spring, and some dried fruit if your stomach can handle it. When did you last eat? Brooke accepted the canteen with shaking hands, pride overwhelmed by basic need. 2 days, maybe 3. Lost track. They drank carefully, the discipline of someone who had learned not to trust their stomach when it was empty too long. Trader's Point is 4 days south. 5 if you're avoiding the ruins. Moss nodded, understanding the unspoken story. 4 days' travel had stretched longer as Brooke navigated dangers, probably moving at night to avoid raiders, hiding during the day when most predators hunted. The kind of journey that stripped away everything but the will to reach somewhere, anywhere that might offer safety. You made it, Moss said simply. You're here now, and you're safe. The settlement takes in those who need shelter, though I'll be honest, it requires some adjustment. We do things differently here. The geckos, Brooke said, eyes tracking Jasper as the large creature moved with surprising delicacy across the compound. They're really not dangerous. They can be dangerous, Moss corrected gently. Just as any person can be dangerous if threatened or cornered, but dangerous and hostile aren't the same thing. The geckos here have lived alongside ghouls for generations. We've learned each other's ways, found mutual benefit in cooperation. They help us, we help them. Everyone thrives. Brooke absorbed this information while nibbling carefully at the dried fruit Moss offered. Their eyes constantly moved, tracking the various geckos visible throughout the settlement. Fear still dominated their expression, but Moss could see the tiny seeds of curiosity beginning to take root. It was a familiar progression, terror yielding slowly to bewilderment, then cautious interest, and eventually, for those who stayed, genuine appreciation. How? Brooke asked finally. How do you communicate with them? Make them understand. The same way you learn to communicate with anyone, Moss replied. Patience, observation, respect. The geckos have their own language, body movements, vocalizations, scent markers we've learned to recognize. We didn't train them like Brahmin or dogs. We learned to speak their language, at least enough for basic understanding. As if demonstrating this point, one of the younger geckos, Citrine, barely 2 years old and endlessly curious, had crept closer to investigate the stranger. The young gecko moved in small advances, freezing between movements to assess Brooke's reaction. Moss made a soft humming sound, a gentle discouragement that Citrine acknowledged by settling in place rather than approaching further. That one's young, Moss explained, still learning proper boundaries. The older geckos understand that new arrivals need space and time. The youngsters sometimes forget their manners in their curiosity. Brooke watched this interaction with visible fascination warring against lingering fear. It understood you. She understood that I was suggesting patience, yes, just as I understand from her posture that she's curious but not aggressive, interested but willing to wait. It's not so different from reading human body language once you learn the signals. The morning had progressed during their conversation, full sunlight now warming the settlement and bringing more activity. Other ghoul residents had emerged to begin their daily routines, some offering waves or nods of acknowledgement to Moss and curious glances at the newcomer. The geckos too had become more active, moving between sunny spots and shaded areas as they regulated their temperature, some heading out to forage in the surrounding area while others settled in for morning basking. I should continue the morning feeding, Moss said, noting several geckos gathering near the stations in polite expectation. You're welcome to rest here as long as you need. When you feel able, I can show you to the welcoming center where you can clean up and get a proper meal. No rush. Recovery takes the time it takes. Brooke nodded slowly, exhaustion reasserting itself now that immediate survival fear had begun to fade. The geckos won't bother you, Moss assured. You're clearly no threat in your current state, and you're in my company. That's enough for them to categorize you as a provisional guest rather than an intruder. Just avoid sudden movements or loud noises, same courtesy you'd extend in any peaceful settlement. Returning to the feeding stations, Moss resumed the morning routine while keeping subtle attention on Brooke. It was important to demonstrate normalcy, to show through action rather than words that the settlement's daily life continued peacefully regardless of gecko presence. Several residents stopped to chat briefly as Moss worked, their conversations carefully pitched to be overheard, discussing garden rotations, plans for expanding the water collection system, debates about which caves might best suit a new family of geckos that had recently arrived. Each interaction demonstrated the settlement's reality, ghouls living full, purposeful lives rather than merely surviving. Geckos integrated into the community as neighbors rather than pets or livestock. The careful dance of coexistence that had developed over decades, refined through patience and mutual benefit until it seemed as natural as breathing to those who lived it daily. Elder Amber had emerged from her preferred cave as the morning warmed, her movements showing her advanced age but also the careful grace of a creature completely secure in her environment. The elderly gecko made her way to a particular platform that caught the best morning sun, settling with obvious satisfaction onto the worn stone. Several younger geckos had already gathered there, maintaining respectful distance while clearly enjoying the matriarch's presence. Moss made a small gesture toward Amber, speaking quietly enough that Brooke would hear without feeling directly addressed. That's Amber, our oldest resident gecko or ghoul, nearly 40 years old, which is exceptional for a golden gecko. She's seen this settlement grow from a desperate cluster of radiation refugees to what you see now. Survived raiders, rad storms, droughts, and more challenges than I could list. These days, she mostly suns herself and keeps the youngsters in line with a look. Brooke had straightened slightly on the bench, attention caught by this casual revelation. 40 years, living with people, living with ghouls, Moss corrected gently. An important distinction. Regular humans rarely have the patience for what we've built here. Too used to quick solutions, to forcing their will on the world. Ghouls, well, when you've got centuries ahead of you, you learn the value of taking time to do things properly. The geckos appreciated that patience. The morning feeding continued with practiced rhythm, Moss moving between stations while various geckos approached for their portions. Each interaction demonstrated the established communication, a particular chirp that meant not hungry yet, a tail gesture indicating preference for insect protein over vegetation, the way certain geckos would wait for their bonded partners before eating. The complexity of the social dynamics gradually became apparent even to casual observation. Brooke watched with growing fascination, fear slowly yielding to exhausted wonder. They're all different personalities, different preferences, as different as any group of people, Moss confirmed. That was the first real breakthrough, actually, when the settlement's founders stopped seeing geckos as a uniform mass and started recognizing individuals. Everything else followed from that recognition. You can't build a relationship with a category, only with individuals. As if to demonstrate this point, Oka had finished her morning meal and approached Moss with a specific purpose evident in her movement. The gecko's behavior showed subtle signs that Moss had learned to read over years of interaction. A slight favoring of the left front limb, a certain stiffness in the tail that suggested the old injury was bothering her again. "Excuse me a moment," Moss said to Brooke, then knelt carefully beside Ochre. Gentle hands examined the gecko's limb, finding the spot where scar tissue from an old encounter with raiders created recurring discomfort. From another pocket, Moss produced a small jar of salve, a mixture developed through years of experimentation, combining pre-war medical knowledge with wasteland plant remedies that proved effective for gecko physiology. The application process demonstrated the depth of trust between species. Ochre remained perfectly still as Moss worked, occasionally making small sounds that indicated comfort or mild discomfort, but never showing fear or aggression. Other geckos nearby watched with interest but no alarm, recognizing the interaction as the routine medical care it was. She was injured defending the settlement years ago, Moss explained quietly while working. Raiders thought a community of ghouls and lizards would be easy pickings. They didn't expect the geckos to fight alongside us, didn't understand that they were threatening the geckos' home too. Ochre took a machete strike that would have killed a human. She survived, we treated her injuries, and she's been particularly attached to the settlement's medical team ever since. Brooke absorbed this story while watching the careful treatment, seeing how Ochre's body language relaxed as the salve took effect. They fought. The geckos actually defended the settlement. Defended their home, Moss corrected. The fact that their home included ghoul neighbors was just part of the equation. That's what raiders never understand. We haven't tamed or trained the geckos. We've simply aligned our interests so thoroughly that their well-being and ours are inseparable. The treatment complete, Ochre expressed satisfaction through a particular pattern of breathing and a gentle head bump against Moss's hand before moving away with noticeably improved mobility. The interaction had taken perhaps 5 minutes, but demonstrated years of accumulated trust and understanding. As the morning progressed toward midday, the settlement had reached its full daily rhythm. Ghouls worked in the gardens, careful cultivation providing food for both human and gecko consumption. Others maintained the water systems that had been adapted to include shallow pools where geckos could drink and cool themselves during the heat of the day. The sound of construction echoed from the settlement's edge where new housing was being built, designed from the ground up to accommodate both species' needs. "Would you like to see the welcoming center now?" Moss offered, noting that Brooke had finished the provided food and water. "You can rest properly there, get cleaned up. There's no pressure to make any decisions quickly. Some visitors stay a few days and move on, others find they appreciate what we've built here." Brooke nodded slowly, exhaustion evident but also a new element. Curiosity overcoming fear, interest in this unprecedented community. They stood carefully, muscles protesting the movement after too long seated. "Yes, thank you. I still don't entirely understand all this, but you're willing to learn more," Moss finished with an understanding smile. "That's all we ask of anyone. Come, I'll show you the way. Walk steadily but avoid sudden movements. The geckos will give us plenty of space." The path to the welcoming center wound through the heart of the settlement, providing Brooke with a fuller view of the community's daily life. They passed the power generation station where gecko movement on specially designed wheels helped supplement the settlement's energy needs, the creatures getting exercise they enjoyed while contributing to the community's resources. The medical center, where a ghoul doctor worked on treating both human and gecko patients with equal dedication. The school area, where young ghouls learned alongside curious juvenile geckos who seemed to enjoy the stimulation of organized activities. Each vista challenged wasteland assumptions about what was possible when different species chose cooperation over conflict. Brooke's eyes widened repeatedly, taking in sights that would have seemed impossible just hours before. Geckos and ghouls sharing space not just peacefully but productively, each species contributing their unique capabilities to create something stronger than either could achieve alone. "It's incredible," Brooke breathed, exhaustion temporarily forgotten in wonder. "How long did it take to build all this?" "Decades," Moss replied, pride evident in their voice. Each generation building on what came before, learning from mistakes, refining the balance. The founders started with just a few ghouls and a handful of geckos sharing cave systems for mutual protection. Everything else grew from that seed of cooperation. The welcoming center itself embodied the settlement's philosophy, a comfortable space designed to ease newcomers into the community's unique dynamic. Large windows provided views of Gecko activity without forcing direct interaction. Sleeping quarters offered security and privacy while residents adjusted. Most importantly, extensive documentation lined the walls, photographs, drawings, and written accounts showing the settlement's evolution and the daily reality of human-Gecko cooperation. Sage runs the welcoming center, Moss explained as they entered. She's particularly good with newcomers, having made the adjustment herself just 5 years ago. She'll help you get settled, answer questions, and ensure you have time to rest and recover before making any long-term decisions. Sage emerged from an inner room, a middle-aged ghoul whose warm demeanor immediately put visitors at ease. Her clothing showed the same careful adaptations as Moss's, but decorated with small tokens that suggested personal history. A Gecko scale set in silver, worn smooth from years of handling, embroidered patterns that depicted stylized geckos and humans in harmonious scenes. A new arrival, Sage greeted warmly, her experienced eye quickly assessing Brooke's condition and looking like they've had quite the journey. Come, let's get you properly settled. Hot water for washing, clean clothes, and a real meal that isn't trail rations. Everything else can wait until you've recovered. Brooke looked between Moss and Sage, exhaustion and emotion finally overwhelming carefully maintained control. I thank you, both of you. When I saw the geckos, I thought, but this place is what happens when fear yields to understanding, Moss said gently. Rest now. The geckos will still be here when you wake. And I promise they'll seem far less frightening after you've had proper sleep and food. Sage will take excellent care of you. As Sage led Brooke deeper into the welcoming center, Moss returned to their daily routines with quiet satisfaction. Another refugee, guided through those crucial first moments of contact. Fear met with patience rather than force. Understanding offered rather than demanded. It was work they had performed countless times over the decades, each interaction adding another thread to the settlement's ever-strengthening fabric. The afternoon sun climbed toward its zenith, warming the stone surfaces where geckos basked in comfortable clusters. Throughout the settlement, the dance of coexistence continued, ghouls and geckos sharing space, resources, and purpose in ways that defied wasteland expectations. It had taken generations to build this harmony, would take generations more to perfect it, but each day brought new confirmations that the effort was worthwhile. Morse paused at their favorite overlook, a natural stone formation that provided views across the entire settlement. From here, the full scope of their achievement spread before them, gardens green with carefully tended growth, workshops humming with productive activity, geckos moving freely among their ghoul neighbors in patterns of mutual benefit. And now, one more soul learning that the wasteland's harsh lessons about survival through violence weren't the only truth. Citrine, the young gecko who had shown such interest in Brooke earlier, appeared at Morse's feet with the particular body language that requested attention. Morse knelt, running gentle fingers along the young gecko's scales in the way she particularly enjoyed, feeling the trust implicit in how the creature pressed into the touch. Patience, little one, Morse murmured. Our new guest needs time to understand what we've built here. But I have a feeling Brooke will stay. There was curiosity beneath the fear, and curiosity is always the first step toward belonging. The gecko made a small sound of contentment, then wandered off to find her age mates for the afternoon's adventures. Morse watched her go with the satisfaction of seeing another generation growing up in a world where cooperation between species was simply the natural order of things. The founder's dream made manifest, one peaceful day at a time. As the afternoon wore on, Morse continued their rounds, checking on geckos who might need medical attention, consulting with other residents about resource management, teaching younger community members the subtle art of interspecies communication. Each task performed with the steady patience that characterized successful ghoul-gecko interaction, building on decades of accumulated wisdom. Evening approached with its own familiar rhythms. Geckos began seeking their preferred nighttime shelters as the temperature dropped, some returning to natural caves while others settled into the constructed spaces they had adopted. The nocturnal members of both species emerged to take over community duties, ensuring the settlement's needs were met around the clock. Moss found themselves back at the welcoming center as sunset painted the sky in brilliant oranges and purples. Through a window, they could see Brooke sleeping deeply in one of the rest chambers, exhaustion finally claiming its due.
Pause.
Sage sat nearby, working on records while keeping gentle watch over their newest charge.
How are they doing?
Moss asked quietly. Sleeping like someone who hasn't felt safe in weeks, Sage replied with sympathy. They stirred once when pyrite ran across the roof, but settled again quickly. I think the exhaustion helps actually, too tired to maintain fear, which lets the peace of the place sink in. Moss nodded, understanding. I remember my own first days here decades ago, convinced every shadow was a gecko about to attack, jumping at every sound. Then slowly realizing the geckos were more curious about me than threatening. That moment when fear transforms into wonder, it never gets old watching others experience it. Brooke asked about you before sleeping, Sage mentioned. Wanted to know if you'd be around tomorrow. I think having a patient guide made all the difference in those first crucial moments. I'll check in tomorrow morning, Moss assured. Perhaps introduce them to some of the gentler geckos if they're ready. Amber has a way of putting nervous newcomers at ease, something about her age and dignity that makes people reconsider their assumptions. The two ghouls chatted quietly as darkness settled fully over the settlement. Around them, the community transitioned smoothly into its nighttime configuration. Guards took their posts, both ghoul and gecko, working in partnership to detect any threats approaching their shared home. Night foragers headed out to gather resources best found in darkness, the constant, gentle rhythm of life adapted to but not constrained by the challenges of the post-war world. Later, as Moss returned to their own dwelling, they found Okra waiting by the door. The gecko had clearly been enjoying the retained warmth of stones that had baked in the day's sun, but stirred at Moss's approach. The greeting ritual between them was worn smooth by years of repetition, a specific whistle from Moss, an answering chirp from Okra, the brief touch of scaled head against weathered hand that confirmed all was well between them. Inside, Moss prepared for rest while Okra settled onto her favorite platform, a wooden construction Moss had built specifically for the gecko's proportions and preferences. It was a common arrangement throughout the settlement, geckos who had formed particular bonds with ghoul residents often sharing living spaces, the interspecies companionship bringing comfort to both parties. Brooke will do well here, I think, Moss mused aloud, a habit formed from years of Okra's companionship. The gecko might not understand the words, but she recognized the conversational tone and responded with the particular sound that indicated comfortable attention. Fear, but not hatred. Exhaustion, but not despair. The right combination for learning something new. As sleep approached, Moss reflected on the day with quiet satisfaction. Another turning of the wheel, another demonstration that the settlement's unique approach to survival created possibilities, rather than merely avoiding destruction. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. Certainly, it always did. But it would also bring Brooke's continued awakening to possibilities they had never imagined. More moments of connection between species, too often set at odds by the wasteland's harsh realities. The settlement slept peacefully under star-filled skies, geckos and ghouls resting securely in their shared sanctuary. In the welcoming center, Brooke stirred briefly, some dream perhaps of golden scales and patient voices, before settling back into healing sleep. And throughout the community, the quiet miracle of cooperation continued, unremarked because it had become unremarkable, extraordinary transformed through patience and understanding into simply the way life was meant to be lived. Dawn would come again, bringing new possibilities and continued confirmations of what could be achieved when fear yielded to understanding. But for now, New Harmony rested in the deep peace of a community that had found its balance, each resident, scaled or smooth-skinned, secure in the knowledge that they were home. As the gentle sounds of the Gecko settlement fade into peaceful slumber, our next tale takes us deep into the heart of New Harmony's innovation. Join us for the Power Plant Gardener. The pre-dawn darkness held a particular quality in New Harmony's power district, where the gentle hum of Gecko-driven generators created a constant soothing backdrop to the settlement's quieter hours. Circuit emerged from her workshop quarters, as she had every morning for the past 15 years, her movements automatic despite the darkness, guided by intimate familiarity with every pipe, panel, and platform in her domain. The ghoul engineer paused at her doorway, breathing in the cool air that carried the distinctive scent of ozone from the electrical systems mixed with the earthier smell of the geckos who made those systems possible. Her workshop occupied a unique position within the settlement's infrastructure, built at the intersection between the main power generation facility and the Gecko habitat areas, allowing her to monitor both the mechanical and biological components of their remarkable power system. The walls bore the patina of years of careful maintenance, tools arranged with meticulous precision on pegboards that Circuit could navigate by touch alone. Shelves held spare components salvaged and restored from across the wasteland, each piece catalogued in her memory as thoroughly as in the detailed logs she maintained. Circuit dressed in her modified engineer's coveralls, the fabric reinforced where gecko claws might catch, pockets specially designed to hold both delicate electrical components and the various treats that helped maintain positive relationships with her scaled colleagues. Her hands, weathered by radiation and decades of technical work, moved with the steady precision of someone who understood that in their unique power system, gentleness was as crucial as mechanical skill. The workshop's windows revealed the first pale hints of dawn approaching, though true sunrise remained at least an hour away. This timing was deliberate. Circuit had learned over the years that the early morning hours provided ideal conditions for system observation. The geckos were beginning to stir but not yet fully active. The settlement's power demands remained minimal, and the quiet allowed her to detect any unusual sounds that might indicate developing problems. Collecting her diagnostic equipment, a mixture of pre-war technology carefully maintained and post-war innovations developed specifically for their hybrid biological-mechanical system, Circuit made her way toward the main power facility. The path was one she could have walked blindfolded, each step placed automatically to avoid the smoother stones where geckos liked to rest during warm nights, skirting the shallow channels that directed rainwater to collection systems while providing drinking spots for passing creatures. The power plant itself represented one of New Harmony's greatest achievements, a fusion of necessity, ingenuity, and interspecies cooperation that outsiders found difficult to believe even when witnessing it directly. The building stretched long and low, its architecture designed to accommodate both the mechanical requirements of power generation and the comfort needs of the geckos who made it function. Large doorways allowed the creatures easy passage, while the internal temperature was carefully regulated to keep the geckos comfortable during their exercise periods. Circuit entered through the maintenance door, her practiced movements creating no more noise than necessary. Inside, the familiar sight of the generation floor spread before her, rows of specially designed wheels and platforms where geckos could exercise while their movement was converted to electrical power. The engineering was deceptively simple in principle, but had required years of refinement to perfect. Each wheel was sized for different gecko ages and sizes, with surfaces textured to provide comfortable grip for clawed feet. The resistance could be adjusted to match each creature's strength and endurance, ensuring the exercise remained beneficial rather than exhausting. The genius of the system lay not in forcing the geckos to work, but in making the power generation a natural extension of their normal behaviors. Geckos needed regular exercise to maintain health, enjoyed climbing and running when given appropriate opportunities, and responded well to the small rewards provided for participation. The settlement had simply channeled these natural behaviors into productive purposes, creating a system where both species benefited from the arrangement. Circuit moved to the main monitoring station, her fingers dancing across controls worn smooth by years of use. The displays flickered to life, showing power output levels, system efficiency ratings, and individual participation data for each generation unit. Her experienced eye immediately caught what had been troubling her for the past week, a subtle but consistent decline in overall power generation that couldn't be explained by mechanical issues. Down another 2% from yesterday, she murmured to herself, cross-referencing the data with her handwritten logs. The decline was gradual enough that most wouldn't have noticed, but Circuit knew their systems with an intimacy born from years of careful attention. Every fluctuation told a story, and this particular pattern was beginning to concern her. The sound of movement drew her attention to the habitat entrance where the first of the morning shift geckos were beginning to emerge. These were the early risers, creatures who had adapted their schedules to take advantage of the cooler morning hours for exercise. Leading them was Dynamo, a magnificent specimen in his prime who had become something of a shift leader among his peers. His golden scales caught the artificial lighting as he moved, but Circuit's trained eye noticed what others might miss: a certain sluggishness to his movements, a lack of the usual energetic purpose that characterized his morning arrivals. "Morning, Dynamo," Circuit greeted softly, knowing the gecko recognized her voice, even if the words themselves held no meaning. The greeting was part of their established routine, a signal that the systems were ready for the morning shift. Dynamo responded with his usual chirp of acknowledgement, but the sound lacked its typical vibrancy. He moved toward his preferred exercise wheel, one of the larger units designed for adult geckos in their prime, but his approach showed none of the enthusiasm Circuit had come to expect. Other geckos filtered in behind him, and she noticed similar patterns in many of them. Not illness exactly, but a general reduction in vitality that was translating directly to power generation statistics. Circuit spent the next hour in careful observation, her diagnostic equipment forgotten as she focused on the biological components of their system. She documented which geckos showed reduced energy, noting that it wasn't uniform across the population. The younger juveniles seemed less affected, as did some of the elderly geckos who maintained lighter exercise schedules. The pattern suggested something specific to the prime adult population, those who contributed most significantly to power generation. As morning light began filtering through the specially designed skylights, more geckos arrived for their exercise periods. The facility filled with the gentle sounds of movement, clawed feet on textured wheels, the soft whir of well-maintained generators converting motion to electricity, occasional vocalizations as geckos communicated with each other. Yet underneath the familiar symphony, Circuit detected a subtle discordance. The rhythm was off, the energy diminished. Her rounds took her through each section of the facility, checking mechanical systems that all reported optimal function. The generators were clean and well lubricated. The power transfer systems showed no signs of wear. The battery storage units were accepting charge normally. Every mechanical component was performing exactly as designed, which meant the issue lay with the biological side of their equation. Circuit paused at one of the observation platforms built specifically for monitoring gecko behavior during exercise. From here, she could watch multiple wheels simultaneously, comparing performance across different individuals. What she saw confirmed her concerns. Geckos beginning exercise with normal intent but flagging more quickly than usual. Rest periods extending longer than typical. Some individuals abandoning their wheels entirely after minimal effort. "It's not mechanical failure," she said aloud, a habit developed from years of working through problems verbally. "It's not illness, no signs of infection or injury. Environmental factors are stable, which leaves..." Her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Flint, one of the settlement's younger engineers who served as her apprentice in maintaining the power systems. The young ghoul's eagerness to learn had made him a valuable assistant, though he still sometimes struggled with the patience required for their unique infrastructure. "Morning, Circuit," Flint greeted, his eyes immediately going to the monitoring displays. Output still declining, another 2% overnight, circuit confirmed. I've ruled out mechanical issues. Watch the geckos. Notice anything unusual about their movement patterns. Flint observed for several minutes with the focused attention Circuit had trained into him. They seemed tired, but that doesn't make sense. We haven't increased the exercise requirements, and they're getting their usual rest periods. Tired is the right word, Circuit agreed. But tired from what? That's the question we need to answer. She pulled up historical data on her terminal, comparing current patterns to previous years. Look here, similar time last year, output was 15% higher with the same number of participating geckos. The year before, 18% higher. Mechanical degradation, Flint suggested, though his tone indicated he already knew that wasn't the answer. Every component tests within normal parameters. No, this is biological, and it's progressive. If the pattern continues, we'll start having trouble meeting the settlement's basic power needs within 2 weeks. Circuit's expression remained calm despite the serious implications. Years of managing critical infrastructure had taught her that panic never improved outcomes. The morning progressed with Circuit conducting increasingly detailed observations. She documented individual gecko performance, noting which ones showed the most significant energy decline. The pattern that emerged was puzzling. It wasn't following age lines, gender divisions, or even housing areas. The affected geckos seemed randomly distributed except for their role as primary power contributors. It was nearly midday when Circuit made the decision that would prove crucial to solving their crisis. Setting aside her purely mechanical perspective, she recognized the need for expertise beyond her domain. Sage, the settlement's premier gecko nutritionist, had spent decades studying the dietary needs of their scaled partners. If the issue wasn't mechanical or environmental, perhaps it was nutritional. Circuit found Sage in the nutrition laboratory, a fascinating space that blended scientific equipment with more traditional approaches to animal husbandry. The room smelled of various dried insects, processed vegetation, and the subtle chemical markers that indicated ongoing fermentation experiments. Sage looked up from a microscope where she had been examining samples, her expression brightening at Circuit's arrival. Circuit, perfect timing. I've been meaning to talk to you about the feeding schedule adjustments for next month. Sage's enthusiasm for her work matched Circuit's own dedication to the power systems. Actually, I'm here about a current problem, Circuit explained, outlining her observations about declining power output and gecko lethargy. As she spoke, Sage's expression shifted from friendly interest to professional concern. "Show me your data," Sage requested, already moving to clear space at one of her work tables. Circuit produced her logs, spreading out weeks of meticulous documentation. The two ghouls bent over the records, Sage's expertise allowing her to see patterns Circuit had recorded but not fully understood. "Interesting," Sage murmured, cross-referencing Circuit's observations with her own nutritional logs. The affected geckos are all in the prime adult category, the highest energy consumers. And this seasonal timing, she moved to another section of her laboratory, pulling out charts that tracked gecko dietary patterns across years. "Look at this," Sage indicated specific data points. Golden geckos in their natural habitat experience seasonal variations in food availability. Their metabolism adapts to these cycles, but in the settlement, we've been providing consistent nutrition year-round, which seemed beneficial but may have disrupted their natural rhythms. Circuit studied the charts with growing understanding, so they're expecting a seasonal change that isn't happening. "More complex than that," Sage explained, warming to the topic with scholarly enthusiasm. "Their bodies are preparing for a natural low-energy period, not full hibernation like some creatures, but a definite reduction in activity. In the wild, this would coincide with reduced food availability. but we're asking them to maintain peak performance while their biology is signaling for conservation. The two specialists spent the next several hours in collaborative analysis, combining Circuit's detailed performance data with Sage's nutritional expertise. What emerged was a clear picture of biological systems out of sync with artificial demands, not through any cruelty or misunderstanding, but simply because the settlement's founders hadn't fully grasped the subtle seasonal adaptations of their gecko partners. The solution isn't to fight their biology, Sage proposed as afternoon shadows lengthened outside the laboratory windows. We need to work with it, adjust their nutrition to support higher energy output during this natural low period, or modify our power generation expectations to match their seasonal rhythms. Circuit considered the implications, her engineer's mind already working through possibilities. If we can boost their energy through dietary supplements during these periods, we maintain power stability. But it has to be done carefully. We can't risk their health for electricity. Agreed completely, Sage said firmly. Let me review my research on seasonal nutrition variations. I believe I can develop a supplementation program that supports increased energy without causing stress or long-term health impacts. But I'll need your help monitoring the results, watching for improvements in power generation that confirm the supplements are working. The partnership that developed over the following days exemplified the settlement's approach to problem solving. Rather than viewing the power decline as a purely technical issue requiring mechanical solutions, Circuit and Sage recognized it as a complex biological challenge requiring interdisciplinary cooperation. They worked side by side, Sage developing carefully balanced nutritional supplements while Circuit created modified exercise schedules that better matched natural gecko rhythms. The first trials began 3 days after their initial collaboration. Sage had prepared a special feed mixture enriched with specific proteins and minerals that golden geckos would naturally seek during seasonal transitions. The supplements were introduced gradually, mixed with regular feed to ensure acceptance and prevent digestive upset. Circuit monitored the results with intense focus, documenting every fluctuation in power output. The first day showed no change, which neither surprised nor discouraged them. Biological systems rarely responded instantly. The second day brought marginal improvement, perhaps 2% increase in average output. But by the third day, the trend became undeniable. Dynamo completed a full hour on his wheel this morning, Circuit reported with quiet excitement. That's 20 minutes longer than he's managed in the past 2 weeks, and his speed was back to near normal levels. Sage nodded with satisfaction while making notes about the feeding responses. The acceptance rate is excellent. They're actually showing preference for the supplemented feed. I think their bodies recognize the nutrients they've been craving. As the week progressed, the improvement accelerated. Power generation levels climbed steadily back toward normal parameters, with some geckos actually exceeding their previous performance. The success brought its own challenges, ensuring the supplements were distributed fairly, adjusting quantities based on individual gecko size and activity levels, monitoring for any signs of overconsumption or adverse effects. Circuit found herself spending even more time in the power facility, but now her observations carried a different quality. Instead of documenting decline with growing concern, she recorded recovery with deep satisfaction. The gecko's renewed energy was evident, not just in power output statistics, but in their general demeanor. More active social interactions, increased vocalizations, the return of the playful behaviors that characterized healthy content geckos. It's working better than projected, Circuit told Sage during one of their evening consultations. But I'm thinking beyond just solving the immediate crisis. We need to document this thoroughly, create seasonal adjustment protocols that future engineers can follow. Sage agreed enthusiastically. This experience has taught us something valuable about the complexity of our partnership with the geckos. They're not machines we can run at constant output. They're living beings with natural rhythms we need to respect and accommodate. Together, they developed what would become known as the Seasonal Harmonization Protocol, a comprehensive guide to adjusting both nutritional support and power generation expectations based on natural gecko biological cycles. The protocol included detailed feeding schedules, supplement formulas, modified exercise patterns, and even architectural recommendations for future facility expansions that better supported seasonal behavior variations. The transformation in the power facility over the following weeks was remarkable. Geckos approached their exercise periods with renewed enthusiasm, wheels spinning at optimal speeds, generators humming with consistent output. But more than mechanical efficiency had been restored. The partnership between species had deepened through better understanding of each other's needs. Circuit incorporated the new knowledge into her daily routines, her morning observations now including assessment of seasonal indicators. She learned to recognize the subtle signs that preceded energy fluctuations, allowing proactive adjustments rather than reactive solutions. The power system became more than just mechanical infrastructure maintained by biological components. It evolved into a true synthesis of technology and nature, each element respected and optimized. One evening, as Circuit conducted her final rounds before the night shift, she found Dynamo resting near his favorite wheel. The gecko's posture radiated contentment, his scales gleaming with health under the facility's lights. When he noticed her approach, he made a soft chirping sound that Circuit had learned to interpret as greeting. "Feeling better, aren't you?" Circuit said softly, producing a small treat from her pocket, one of Sage's special supplements formed into a shape geckos found appealing. Dynamo accepted it with dignified appreciation, the trust between them evident in the casual interaction. The facility around them hummed with purposeful energy, not the desperate maintenance of failing systems but the smooth operation of infrastructure properly balanced with biological needs. Other geckos moved through their exercise routines at their own pace, some pushing for personal achievement while others maintained steady, sustainable output. The variation was no longer a problem to be solved but a natural rhythm to be accommodated. Flint arrived for the evening shift, his own understanding of the systems clearly evolved through the recent experience. Outputs holding steady at 96% of optimal, he reported. Sage delivered the next week's supplement supplies this afternoon. Good, Circuit acknowledged. Remember to monitor individual consumption rates. We're still learning which geckos need more support during these transitions. And check the juvenile wheels. I want to make sure we're not pushing the younger ones too hard while they're still growing. As she prepared to leave the facility in Flint's capable hands, Circuit reflected on the journey from crisis to solution. The initial power decline had seemed like a purely technical problem requiring mechanical troubleshooting. Instead, it had revealed the need for deeper understanding of their gecko partners, leading to innovations that strengthened the entire system. The settlement's lights glowed steadily in the gathering darkness, powered by the harmonious collaboration between species. In the nutrition laboratory, Sage continued her research, developing ever more refined supplements based on accumulating data. In the power facility, geckos exercised according to their natural rhythms. Their movement transformed into the electricity that supported the community's needs. Circuit made her way back to her workshop, pausing at the threshold to look back at the facility she had tended for so many years. The building itself hadn't changed. The mechanical systems remained essentially the same, but everything was different. The crisis had transformed from threat to opportunity, teaching valuable lessons about the complexity of interspecies cooperation. Inside her workshop, Circuit updated her logs with the day's observations, her careful handwriting documenting not just power output statistics but behavioral notes, dietary responses, and the countless small details that collectively painted a picture of successful adaptation. Future engineers would read these records, learning from both the crisis and its solution. As she prepared for rest, Circuit's thoughts turned to the broader implications of their experience. New Harmony had been founded on principles of cooperation between ghouls and geckos, but that cooperation required constant refinement, continuous learning, and the humility to recognize when assumptions needed adjustment. The power system now stood as proof that such flexibility was possible, that technology and biology could adapt together, creating solutions neither could achieve alone. The night sounds of the settlement filtered through her windows, Gecko calls mixing with ghoul voices, the distant hum of the generators maintaining steady output, the peaceful ambience of a community in balance. Circuit smiled slightly as she settled for sleep, knowing that tomorrow would bring new challenges but confident in their ability to meet them through patient observation, interdisciplinary cooperation, and respect for the natural rhythms of their remarkable Gecko partners. The power facility continued its quiet operation through the night, geckos and technology working in harmony to keep the settlement's lights burning. What had begun as a crisis of declining output had evolved into a deeper understanding of sustainable cooperation, all proving once again that in New Harmony, the greatest innovations came not from forcing solutions, but from listening to what both biology and technology were trying to teach. As the gentle hum of generators fades into the New Harmony night, our attention shifts from the technical marvels of the power plant to the cultural heart of the settlement. Join us for the Settlement Storyteller. Evening settled over New Harmony, with the gradual dimming of desert light, the sky transitioning through shades of amber and rose before yielding to the deep purples that preceded true darkness. Chronicle stood at the entrance to the community's central gathering space, weathered hands arranging the simple materials that would support tonight's storytelling session. A low platform for visibility, cushions and benches arranged in the semicircle that had become traditional, the carefully maintained journal from which certain tales would be drawn. The ghoul historian moved with the deliberate care of someone who understood that preservation extended beyond physical artifacts to the living traditions that bound communities together. Each evening's gathering served multiple purposes: entertainment for residents after long days of work, education for younger members who needed to understand their heritage, and perhaps most importantly, the continuous weaving of shared identity from the disparate threads of individual experience. Chronicle's dwelling adjoined the community archives, a decision made decades ago when it became clear that the role of memory keeper required constant proximity to the materials of memory. The archives themselves occupied a series of connected rooms, each carefully climate-controlled to preserve the documents, photographs, sketches, and artifacts that told New Harmony's story. But Chronicle had long ago learned that the most important histories lived not in these preserved materials but in the stories shared between generations, the oral traditions that gave context and meaning to bare facts. As residents began arriving for the evening session, Chronicle noted with satisfaction the diversity of the gathering audience. Elder ghouls who had witnessed the settlement's early days, middle-generation residents who had grown up with human-gecko cooperation as their normal young ghoul children who would carry these stories into futures none of them could fully imagine. And of course the geckos, some arriving with their bonded ghoul companions, others drawn by the simple pleasure of communal gatherings, several already claiming favorite spots where the acoustics best carried Chronicle's voice. "Good evening, friends," Chronicle began as the gathering reached its customary size. Their voice carried the distinctive rasp of ghoul transformation, but modulated through years of practice into tones that soothed rather than grated. "Tonight, I thought we might revisit the story of the first understanding, the moment when our founders realized that geckos were not merely animals sharing our space but neighbors with their own forms of intelligence and communication." A pleased murmur rippled through the assembled residents. This was a favorite tale, one that even those who had heard it dozens of times still enjoyed revisiting. The geckos present seemed to recognize the ritual beginning, several settling into comfortable positions that suggested they too appreciated the familiar rhythm of evening storytelling. Chronicle had just begun describing those early days. The desperate ghoul refugees seeking shelter in cave systems already occupied by golden geckos. The initial fear and misunderstanding on both sides. When movement at the gathering space's edge drew attention, a small group of traders had arrived, their travel-worn clothing and wary expressions marking them clearly as outsiders to the settlement's daily rhythms. The lead trader was a weathered woman whose suspicious gaze moved constantly between the assembled ghouls and the numerous geckos integrated throughout the gathering. Behind her, two younger traders gripped their weapons with the nervous tension of those expecting threat from every shadow. Their arrival created a subtle shift in the gathering's atmosphere, not hostility, but the careful attention any community paid to unknown elements. Travelers, Chronicle acknowledged with practiced diplomacy, neither pausing the story entirely nor ignoring the newcomers. You're welcome to join our evening gathering. We're sharing stories of our community's history. Please find seats where you're comfortable. The lead trader, Flint, as Chronicle would later learn, remained standing, her expression skeptical. We're here to trade, not listen to fairy tales. Heard you folks might have salvage worth bartering for. Didn't expect. Her gesture encompassed the entire scene, particularly the geckos scattered throughout the gathering. A community gathering that includes all our residents. Chronicle suggested mildly. Yes, I imagine it does appear unusual to those unfamiliar with our ways. You're welcome to conduct business in the morning. For now, you might find our stories educational. They explain much about how we've survived and thrived where others saw only impossibility. One of the younger traders, nervous energy evident in every movement, couldn't contain himself. The lizards, they're just sitting there. You've actually trained them to. We've trained no one. Chronicle interrupted gently but firmly. The geckos attend because they choose to, just as our ghoul residents do. They are community members, not pets or curiosities. Flint's skepticism deepened. Right, next you'll be telling us they understand your stories. A subtle shift moved through the assembled residents, not anger at the disrespect, but the patient forbearance of those who had encountered such attitudes before. Several of the geckos had turned their attention to the traders, their body language expressing what Chronicle had learned to read as mild interest mixed with dignity. Understanding takes many forms, Chronicle replied, maintaining the same calm tone that characterized all their storytelling. But rather than debate in abstract, perhaps you'd prefer demonstration. Please, take seats, Ogbel, listen to our stories, observe our gathering, form your own conclusions based on evidence rather than assumption. The traders exchanged glances, clearly debating whether to leave or accept the unusual invitation. Finally, Flint nodded curtly and found space on one of the outer benches, her companions following reluctantly. Their positioning, backs protected, exits accessible, spoke of wasteland survival habits too ingrained to abandon even in apparently peaceful settings. Chronicle resumed the story with smooth professionalism, their voice carrying across the gathering space with practiced projection. As I was sharing, the early days of our settlement were marked by mutual fear. The ghoul refugees had been driven from place after place, trained by harsh experience to expect violence from any encounter. The geckos had their own territorial instincts, their own learned wariness of two-legged intruders. The familiar narrative unfolded with the measured pacing that made Chronicle's stories so effective for evening gatherings. No dramatic tension or conflict, but rather the slow building of understanding through patient observation. Chronicle described how the first ghoul residents had noticed patterns in gecko behavior, not random animal movements but purposeful actions that suggested planning and communication. It was Marion Clearwater who made the first breakthrough. Chronicle continued, gesturing to a faded photograph mounted on the archive wall, one of many visual aids that enriched the storytelling experience. She had been a linguist before the war, and even transformed by radiation, her mind retained that pattern-seeking ability. She spent weeks simply observing, documenting gecko movements and vocalizations, slowly recognizing recurring patterns. As the story progressed, Chronicle noted how the trader's attention shifted from skeptical wariness to reluctant interest. Flint maintained her guarded expression, but her gaze tracked the geckos present with new consideration, perhaps beginning to notice the subtle ways they responded to the narrative's rhythm. Marion's journals from that period survive in our archives, Chronicle noted, producing one of the carefully preserved volumes. Her entries trace the evolution from observation to understanding. Here, from the third month, The creatures I initially dismissed as mere lizards display consistent behavioral patterns suggesting complex communication. The head bob I labeled Pattern C appears to indicate invitation or welcome. Pattern consistently precedes aggressive display, providing warning that violence may follow if space is not yielded. One of the elder geckos present, Wisdom, whose venerable age made her a living link to the settlement's early days, had positioned herself where the traders could observe her clearly. With the impeccable timing that suggested either remarkable coincidence or genuine understanding, she performed a slow, deliberate head bob that matched Chronicle's description of Pattern C. The younger trader who had spoken earlier started visibly. Did that thing just... Wisdom is demonstrating the greeting Marion documented, Chronicle explained mildly. Whether through genetic memory, learned behavior passed between generations, or simple coincidence, many of our Gecko residents perform the same patterns Marion observed in their ancestors. Flint leaned forward slightly, her trading instincts engaged despite skepticism. You're saying these creatures have language. I'm saying they have consistent, meaningful communication patterns that serve similar functions to language, Chronicle clarified with scholarly precision. Whether that constitutes language in the formal sense depends on definitions I lack the expertise to properly debate. What matters for our community is that we've learned to recognize and respond to these patterns, creating functional interspecies communication. The story continued, Chronicle weaving together historical documentation with present demonstration. They described how Marion's breakthrough had led to the first deliberate attempts at communication, ghouls learning to approximate gecko body language, geckos beginning to recognize that these strange two-legged neighbors were attempting contact rather than threat. The first understanding, the moment we celebrate in tonight's tale, came when Marion successfully warned a gecko family about unstable sealing rocks in their chosen cave. Using the danger warning patterns she had documented, she convinced them to relocate before a collapse that would have been fatal. The gecko's subsequent behavior, what we now recognize as gratitude displays, marked the beginning of true cooperation. Throughout the gathering space, geckos and ghouls listened with the comfortable attention of those hearing familiar but beloved stories. Several younger geckos had positioned themselves near their ghoul companions, the casual physical proximity speaking volumes about the trust developed over generations. Even the traders seemed affected by the peaceful atmosphere, their defensive postures gradually relaxing. What followed was not immediate harmony. Chronicle continued, appreciating the importance of honest history. There were misunderstandings, territorial disputes, resource conflicts, but each challenge was met with patience rather than violence. Each conflict became an opportunity to better understand each other's needs. Slowly, shelter-sharing arrangements emerged. Ghouls provided protection from raiders and maintained water systems. Geckos served as early warning systems and helped locate salvage with their superior senses. An older ghoul resident, Tenant, raised a gnarled hand. Chronicle, tell them about the raider siege of 78. Let them hear how the geckos fought alongside us. Chronicle nodded acknowledgement. A darker chapter, but important for understanding our bonds. 15 years into the settlement's existence, a significant raider force decided our peaceful community would be easy picking. They had overwhelming numbers, military-grade weapons, the element of surprise. What they didn't expect was that threatening the settlement meant threatening the gecko's home as well. The narrative shifted to describe that desperate defense, not glorifying violence but acknowledging that sometimes survival required standing together against those who would destroy what had been patiently built. Chronicle's words painted the scene, raiders confident in easy victory suddenly facing not just ghoul defenders but dozens of territorial geckos whose home was under attack. Geckos are not domestic animals bred for human compatibility, Chronicle explained. They are apex predators in their ecological niche, with powerful jaws, swift movement, and when defending territory, remarkable coordination. The raiders expected to fight radiation-weakened ghouls. They found themselves facing a united community where every resident, scaled or smooth-skinned, fought to protect their shared home. Wisdom made another deliberate movement, this one showing her impressive teeth in what wasn't quite a threat display but certainly a reminder of capability. Several other geckos shifted slightly, their positioning subtly protective of nearby ghoul companions. The demonstrations were calm, controlled but unmistakably purposeful. Flint's expression had evolved from skepticism through surprise to something approaching thoughtful consideration. They really did fight. The geckos actually defended the settlement. They defended their home, Chronicle corrected gently. The fact that their home included ghoul neighbors was simply part of that defense. We've never trained them for combat or compelled their participation. When threatened, they respond according to their nature, and their nature includes protecting territory and community members. The evening progressed with Chronicle sharing several more stories, each chosen to illustrate different aspects of the human-gecko partnership. Tales of geckos locating trapped ghoul residents after building collapses, of the development of joint hunting strategies that benefited both species, of the patient years spent learning to read illness and injury across species barriers. Perhaps most remarkably, Chronicle noted as the formal storytelling portion drew toward conclusion, we've documented instances of geckos appearing to grieve deceased ghoul companions. Not trained behavior, not expectation of reward, but what seems to be genuine emotional response to loss. Similarly, our ghoul residents often form bonds with individual geckos that last decades, relationships that transcend simple mutual benefit. One of the younger traders finally found voice for a question that had clearly been building. But why? Why go to all this trouble? Could have driven them out, claimed the caves entirely for yourselves. Chronicle's expression softened with the patience of someone who had answered this question many times. Could we have? Perhaps, though at significant cost. Geckos are formidable when defending territory. But the better question is, why would we want to? In choosing cooperation over conflict, we gained partners whose abilities complement our own. We achieved security through community rather than violence. We discovered forms of companionship and understanding that enriched our lives immeasurably. The formal storytelling concluded, but the evening's activities were far from over. As was traditional, the gathering shifted into more casual conversation, residents and geckos moving about the space in patterns worn smooth by repetition. Several ghouls produced simple musical instruments, beginning the gentle melodies that marked the transition from structured narrative to social time. What happened next would become one of Chronicle's favorite demonstrations of genuine interspecies understanding. As the music began, a simple melody that had become a settlement favorite, several geckos began moving in what could only be described as dancing. Not trained performance, but genuine response to rhythm, their movements coordinated with both the music and each other. The traders stared in open amazement as geckos swayed, stepped, and turned in patterns that clearly brought them pleasure. Some moved alone, others in pairs or small groups, their natural grace enhanced by obvious enjoyment of the activity. Several ghoul residents joined the gentle dancing, creating a scene that defied every wasteland assumption about survival through separation and mistrust. Their dancing, Flint said, the words emerging as though pulled from her against will. The lizards are actually dancing. Music appreciation isn't unique to humans, Chronicle observed, having moved to stand near the traders. Many species respond to rhythm and melody. What's perhaps unique here is that our geckos have had generations of exposure to human music, allowing them to develop their own forms of musical expression. Watch, see how the younger ones learn steps from their elders. Cultural transmission across generations. The evening continued with this gentle interweaving of species, conversation flowing as naturally between ghoul residents as movement flowed among the dancing geckos. Several times, Chronicle noticed the traders attempting to reconcile what they witnessed with their preconceptions, the cognitive dissonance creating expressions of almost comical confusion. As the gathering began its natural conclusion, residents departing for rest, geckos returning to their preferred sleeping spots, Flint approached Chronicle directly. The traders' aggressive skepticism had been replaced by something more complex. Not full belief perhaps, but the beginning of acceptance that her assumptions required revision. Or the stories you told. Flint began, choosing words carefully. You have documentation, proof of these claims. Extensive documentation, Chronicle confirmed. Marion's original journals, photographs from throughout our history, medical records showing Gecko treatment, architectural plans demonstrating accommodation for both species' needs. You're welcome to examine our archives tomorrow if you wish. We hide nothing about our development because we're proud of what we've achieved. Flint nodded slowly, and the Tilligents, you truly believe they understand, think, feel. I believe they exhibit complex behaviors that serve the same functions as what we call intelligence in humans. Chronicle replied with scholarly precision. They solve problems, use tools in limited ways, communicate complex information, maintain social relationships, transmit knowledge across generations. Whether their inner experience resembles human consciousness, I cannot say, but their behaviors demand respect regardless of philosophical categorization. The trader absorbed this, then gestured toward Wisdom, who was making her dignified way toward her preferred sleeping cave. That old one, she really understood the stories. She was present for many of the events I described, Chronicle said simply. Whether she understands in the way you mean, or simply recognizes familiar patterns in my voice and responds to the communal atmosphere, I leave for you to determine. What matters is that she chooses to attend, participates in her way, and appears to derive satisfaction from the gathering. The conversation might have continued, but one of the younger geckos, barely out of juvenile stage, approached the group with the particular body language Chronicle recognized as curious but cautious. The young gecko examined the traders with intelligent eyes, then performed a careful approximation of the greeting pattern Wisdom had demonstrated earlier. Without thinking, Chronicle responded with the appropriate counter-gesture, a slight bow that acknowledged the greeting. The gecko, satisfied with this exchange, continued on its way, leaving the traders staring. You just, Flint's voice trailed off. Exchanged greetings, yes, as I would with any community member. Chronicle smiled slightly. It costs nothing to be polite, and the geckos appreciate the courtesy. That young one is still learning proper greeting protocols. Did you notice how she watched for my response before moving on? She's confirming her understanding of social patterns. As the traders finally departed for the lodgings arranged for them, Chronicle began the pleasant task of straightening the gathering space. Several geckos remained, as they often did, seeming to enjoy the quiet aftermath of social activity. The archive keeper moved among them with comfortable familiarity, occasionally exchanging gesture greetings or gentle touches with individuals who sought such contact. The night had progressed well, better than many such encounters with skeptical outsiders. Whether the traders would truly internalize what they had witnessed remained uncertain, but Chronicle had planted seeds of understanding. Some would grow, some would not, but the effort was always worthwhile. Returning to the archives, Chronicle lit the oil lamps that provided gentle illumination for late-night work. The day's events required documentation, both the successful storytelling session and the trader's visit. Every encounter added threads to the tapestry of New Harmony's ongoing story, creating the living history that future generations would inherit. As Chronicle wrote, Wisdom appeared at the archive entrance, a not uncommon occurrence. The elderly gecko had developed a habit of spending portions of the night near the archives, as though she too understood the importance of preserving memory. She settled onto her favored spot, a cushion Chronicle had placed specifically for her visits, and watched with apparent interest as the historian worked. An interesting evening, old friend. Chronicle murmured, comfortable with the one-sided conversation that had become routine. The traders showed more openness than many. Perhaps the stories reached them. Perhaps your demonstrations helped them see what words alone cannot convey. Wisdom made a soft sound that might have been acknowledgement or simply contentment. She adjusted her position slightly, finding the perfect balance of comfort, then closed her eyes in the light doze that characterized elderly gecko rest. Chronicle continued writing, documenting not just events but reflections on the ongoing process of building understanding across species lines. The work was never complete. Each generation required fresh teaching. Each outside encounter demanded patient demonstration. Each day brought new opportunities to strengthen or strain the careful balance they maintained. Yet sitting in the quiet archives, surrounded by the tangible evidence of decades of successful cooperation with an elderly gecko dozing peacefully nearby, Chronicle felt the deep satisfaction of purpose fulfilled. They were not merely preserving the past, but actively creating the future, one story, one demonstration, one patient encounter at a time. The oil lamps flickered gently, casting warm light over carefully preserved documents and the living embodiment of interspecies harmony. Outside, new harmony settled into its nighttime rhythms, geckos and ghouls sharing space with the easy familiarity of long-established neighbors. The traders slept in their guest quarters, perhaps dreaming of dancing lizards and impossible communities. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, certainly. The traders might leave skeptical despite everything witnessed, spreading dismissive stories about deluded ghouls and their pet lizards. Or they might carry tales of wonder, of a place where the wasteland's harsh rules had been rewritten through patience and understanding. Chronicle had learned not to attach too strongly to either outcome. The work continued regardless. The stories accumulated, the community endured. For now, there was the quiet satisfaction of duties fulfilled, memories preserved, understanding advanced by however small a measure. Chronicle made a final entry in the evening's log, then prepared for rest. Wisdom opened one eye as the historian moved past, offering what might have been a farewell blink or simple acknowledgement of movement. "Rest well, old friend," Chronicle whispered. "Tomorrow brings new stories to tell and preserve." The archives settled into peaceful darkness, holding within their carefully maintained walls the documented proof of what patience, respect, and open-minded observation could achieve. The stories lived not just in paper and ink, but in the ongoing reality of a community that had chosen cooperation over conflict, understanding over fear, complex harmony over simple dominance. New harmony slept, dreaming its collective dream of a better way of living. Each resident, whether smooth-skinned or scaled, secure in the knowledge that they were part of something unprecedented and precious. The night held them all in its gentle embrace, promising another dawn where impossible things would once again prove beautifully, practically possible. As the archived stories of new harmony settle into peaceful silence, the community prepares for decisions that will shape its future. While some preserve the past, others must navigate the delicate balance between treasured traditions and necessary growth. Join us for the young mediator's growth. The morning mist clung to the stone paths of New Harmony as River made their way to the meditation spot that had become a daily refuge. The young ghoul moved with the particular grace of someone who had never known a world without gecko companions. Each step placed to avoid disturbing the smaller lizards who might be warming themselves on the sun-touched stones. Each gesture unconsciously adapted to communicate peaceful intent to any watching eyes, scaled or otherwise. River's meditation spot occupied a natural outcropping that provided views across the entire settlement while remaining slightly removed from the daily bustle. It was here, in the liminal space between full participation and observer's distance, that River had learned to process the complex dynamics of their unique community. 23 years of life in New Harmony had given them a perspective shared by few, old enough to understand the settlement's history, young enough to imagine its future, and uniquely positioned to bridge the growing divide between those who treasured isolation and those who envisioned expansion. The morning light revealed the settlement in all its adapted glory, structures that seamlessly blended ghoul architectural needs with gecko accessibility, gardens where both species could forage according to their nature, water systems that provided for drinking, bathing, and the shallow pools geckos used for temperature regulation. It was a testament to decades of patient cooperation, a living refutation of the wasteland's brutal arithmetic of survival. Yet, beneath the peaceful surface, River sensed the currents of change that had been building for months. The success of New Harmony had not gone unnoticed in the wider wasteland. Trading caravans brought not just goods but stories of the remarkable Gecko community. Some visitors came seeking to learn from their example. Others arrived skeptical but left converted to the possibility of interspecies cooperation. And with each positive encounter, voices within the community grew stronger in advocating for a more open stance toward the outside world. River settled into their customary position, legs crossed in a posture learned from childhood, when meditation had been taught as a tool for processing the dual perspectives that came naturally to those raised between species. Even now, River's awareness operated on multiple levels, the conscious thoughts of human pattern cognition, but also the deeper, more intuitive understanding of Gecko body language and communication that came from a lifetime of immersion. A familiar presence announced itself through the subtle shift of Gravel, Sagetail, an elderly gecko who had appointed himself as River's occasional meditation companion. The old lizard settled nearby with careful movements that spoke of advancing age but also the deep contentment of a creature exactly where he wished to be. River acknowledged him with a slow blink, gecko pattern greeting that required no words yet conveyed welcome, recognition, and peaceful intent. "Change is coming, old friend," River murmured, knowing Sagetail would respond to tone rather than words. "Can you feel it too? The community pulling in different directions, like a web with too many spinners." Sagetail adjusted his position slightly, a movement River had learned to interpret as acknowledgement of complexity. Whether the gecko truly understood the political tensions or simply recognized emotional disturbance in a familiar companion remained an open question, but the result was the same, a sense of shared concern that transcended species boundaries. The meditation session was interrupted by approaching footsteps, the purposeful stride of someone seeking rather than simply passing by. River opened their eyes to find Keeper Chen, one of the settlement's most respected elders, approaching with the careful movements of advanced age supported by determination. "River," Chen greeted, lowering himself onto a nearby stone with obvious relief. "I hope to find you here. We need to talk about the council meeting." River nodded, having expected this conversation. The upcoming council meeting had been the subject of quiet discussions throughout the settlement for weeks. The formal agenda spoke of routine matters, resource allocation, maintenance schedules, minor policy adjustments, but everyone knew the real purpose, addressing the fundamental question of New Harmony's future relationship with the outside world. "Anchor has been gathering support among the first generation," Chen continued, his weathered features showing the strain of community division. "She makes compelling arguments about safety, about preserving what we've built. Many who remember the early struggles find her caution persuasive, and Phoenix rallies the younger residents with visions of sharing our knowledge," River observed. "I've heard her speak of New Harmony as a seed that should spread rather than a treasure to be hoarded." Chen sighed, the sound carrying decades of experience with human nature. "Both speak truth from their perspectives. That's what makes this so difficult. We're not choosing between right and wrong, but between different visions of right." Sagetail had remained throughout this exchange, his presence a reminder that any decision would affect more than just the ghoul population. River noticed how the elderly gecko's attention seemed focused on Chen, perhaps recognizing the emotional weight the elder carried. "What do you want me to do?" River asked, though they suspected the answer. "What you've always done naturally," Chen replied. "Help us hear each other. Your generation, River, you process both ghoul and gecko perspectives without effort. But more than that, you see connections where others see only division. We need that sight in the coming discussions." After Chen departed, River remained at the meditation spot, now joined by several younger geckos, who seemed drawn by the emotional resonance of the conversation. The community's young, both scaled and smooth-skinned, had always gravitated toward River, perhaps recognizing someone who moved between worlds as naturally as breathing. The day progressed with River moving through the settlement, but now with conscious attention to the underlying tensions. In the market area, they overheard Sharp-Toothed Mary arguing with Gentle Tom about trade policies. Mary, who had survived 3 different raider attacks in the early days, spoke passionately about the dangers of advertising their prosperity. Tom, who had arrived only 5 years ago but had thrown himself wholeheartedly into the community, advocated for controlled expansion of trading relationships. Every trader who leaves here with stories brings back 2 more curious visitors, Mary insisted, her scarred hands gesturing emphatically. How long before curiosity becomes envy, before envy becomes violence? And every visitor who sees what we've accomplished might try something similar in their own community. Tom countered. We could inspire 100 new harmonies across the wasteland. Isn't that worth some risk? River paused nearby, ostensibly examining produce but actually observing how the geckos in the area responded to the heated discussion. Several had moved away from the immediate vicinity, the raised voices disturbing their preference for calm. Others watched with what River had learned to recognize as concerned attention, not understanding the words but clearly aware of the emotional discord. This scene repeated throughout the day in various forms. At the power plant, Circuit and her team debated whether to share their Gecko partnership technology with interested outsiders. In the medical center, discussions arose about treating injured travelers versus maintaining strict isolation protocols. Even the school showed signs of division, with teachers disagreeing about whether curriculum should include preparation for outside interaction or focus solely on internal community skills. By afternoon, River had gathered enough understanding to see the full scope of the challenge. This wasn't simply a policy disagreement, but a fundamental question about New Harmony's identity and purpose. The settlement had succeeded by turning inward, creating a unique bubble of interspecies cooperation. Now, success itself demanded they decide whether to remain a beautiful anomaly or risk their harmony in hopes of spreading their example. River found Phoenix near the Western Gardens, where she worked alongside several geckos preparing new planting beds. The middle-aged ghoul had the focused energy of someone who channeled passion into productive action. Her movements were efficient but gentle, careful not to disturb the geckos who investigated the freshly turned soil for insects. River, Phoenix greeted warmly, straightening from her work. Come to debate the future of civilization. Come to understand, River corrected mildly. You know the council will look to voices like yours and anchors. Help me grasp what drives your vision. Phoenix set aside her tools, giving River full attention. Around them, geckos continued their foraging, occasionally pausing to observe the conversation with reptilian patience. I was 12 when my family found New Harmony. Phoenix began, her eyes distant with memory. We'd been running for weeks, chased from settlement to settlement because of what radiation had done to us. When we arrived here, saw ghouls and geckos living in actual partnership. It was like discovering the world could be different than everything we'd been taught. She gestured broadly at the thriving gardens, the peaceful coexistence visible everywhere. This saved my life, River, not just physically, but spiritually. It showed me cooperation could triumph over conflict. How can we keep that revelation to ourselves? How many are suffering out there who could build something similar if they just knew it was possible? River nodded understanding, then voiced the counter-argument. And if opening ourselves destroys what we've built, if the unique conditions that allowed New Harmony to develop can't be replicated, Anchor would say we risk everything on an untested hope. Anchor sees only the risks because she's carried the burden of protection so long, Phoenix replied with surprising compassion. I don't dismiss her concerns, but isolation itself is a risk. We're one bad season, one disease, one determined raider band away from destruction. Connection with like-minded communities could be our salvation, not our doom. The conversation continued as afternoon shadows lengthened, Phoenix sharing specific proposals for controlled engagement, carefully vetted visitors, gradual sharing of non-critical knowledge, sister settlement relationships that could provide mutual support. Her vision wasn't reckless openness, but measured expansion of New Harmony's influence. As evening approached, River sought out Anchor, finding the elder ghoul at her customary post near the settlement's main entrance. Where Phoenix radiated energetic optimism, Anchor embodied watchful protection. Her position overlooking the approach routes wasn't official duty but ingrained habit, decades of vigilance that had helped keep New Harmony safe. River, Anchor acknowledged without turning from her vigil. Let me guess, Phoenix filled your head with dreams of Gecko-ghoul partnerships spreading across the wasteland like wildflowers. She shared her perspective, River said diplomatically, settling onto the worn bench beside Anchor. Now I'm hoping to understand yours. Anchor finally turned, her ancient features marked by radiation and time, but her eyes sharp with undiminished intelligence. Your young River. You've known only the success, not the desperate struggle that created it. You didn't see the first winters when we nearly starved, when geckos and ghouls competed for every scrap of food before learning to share. You weren't here when the Brotherhood of Steel sent scouts, trying to decide if our community was a threat requiring elimination. She paused, watching a pair of geckos cross the entrance path with the casual confidence of creatures in their own territory. 27 times in my count, River. That's how often New Harmony has faced existential threats. Raiders, disease, environmental disasters, ideological zealots who couldn't tolerate our mixing of species. We survived by being invisible, by being too much trouble to attack and too strange to be worth understanding. But we're not invisible anymore, River pointed out gently. The stories spread despite our caution. Perhaps controlled openness is safer than letting rumor and mystery define us. Anchor's expression softened slightly. Perhaps, but every gateway opened can admit danger as well as opportunity. I've buried too many friends to be casual about risks to what we've built. She studied River with eyes that had seen too much. You understand both perspectives. That's why you'll be crucial in the coming decision. Just remember, it's easier to open a door than to close it again. The council meeting convened 3 days later in the community's central hall, a space specifically designed to accommodate both ghoul and gecko participants. Tiered seating allowed geckos to position themselves at comfortable heights, while the acoustic design ensured that both spoken words and the subtle sounds of gecko communication could be clearly perceived throughout the space. River sat in their designated position, not with either faction but in the mediator's place that had become theirs by common acknowledgement. The weight of responsibility settled on their shoulders as they observed the gathering. Nearly every adult ghoul in the settlement had attended, along with a significant number of geckos whose body language suggested they understood the importance of the occasion even if the specifics remained unclear. Elder Chen called the meeting to order with traditional formality, but tension underlaid the procedural motions. Everyone knew the real discussion would begin once routine business concluded. River used the time to observe the room's dynamics, how residents had unconsciously grouped themselves along factional lines, how the geckos present seemed to mirror the emotional divisions of their ghoul neighbors. When the moment arrived, Chen introduced the topic with characteristic directness. We gather to address a question that has been growing among us. Should New Harmony maintain its traditional isolation or explore deeper connections with the outside world? This decision will shape our community's future, so all voices must be heard. Anchor rose first, her presence commanding immediate attention. She spoke of safety earned through sacrifice, of the delicate balance that had taken decades to achieve, of the risks inherent in exposing their unique society to outside influences. Her words carried the weight of lived experience, each point illustrated with specific examples from New Harmony's history. Phoenix followed, her passion balanced by careful preparation. She painted a vision of New Harmony as a beacon of possibility in the wasteland's darkness. of knowledge shared strengthening rather than weakening their community, of isolation itself becoming a trap that would eventually lead to stagnation and decline. Others spoke in turn, voices raised in support of each position. The debate remained civil but intense, generations of communal living having taught the value of respectful disagreement. Yet River sensed the growing frustration on both sides, the fundamental inability to reconcile valid but opposing truths. It was then that River noticed movement among the Gecko population. Sage Tail, despite his advanced age, had made his way to the speaking area. Other elderly geckos joined him: Mossback, Silver Scale, Dawn Watcher, the settlement's most venerated scaled residents. Their positioning was deliberate, forming a pattern River recognized from years of observation. "Wait," River said softly, then louder as understanding dawned. "Wait, look at the geckos." The assembly turned attention to the elderly lizards who had arranged themselves in a specific configuration. To most, it might seem random, but River saw the message in their positioning, a complex statement about unity despite differences, about strength through diversity of approach. "They're showing us something," River continued, moving to translate the physical communication into words. "The elders aren't choosing sides. They're demonstrating balance, how different positions can coexist without cancelling each other." River spent the next several minutes interpreting the subtle movements and positions of the Gecko elders, translating concepts that existed in the space between human language and reptilian expression. The message that emerged was sophisticated, acknowledgement of the need for both protection and growth, for roots and branches, for the security of the known and the vitality of the new. "They're suggesting we're thinking in false binaries," River concluded. "Not isolation or openness, but both in measured proportions. Not choosing between Anchor's wisdom and Phoenix's vision, but finding ways to honor both." The human assembly sat in contemplative silence, absorbing this unexpected intervention. Some skeptics clearly doubted whether River's interpretation was accurate or merely projected meaning onto random animal behavior, but those who had lived longest with the geckos recognized the deliberate nature of the demonstration. Chen was the first to speak. "If we accept this guidance, and I'm inclined to do so given the wisdom our scaled neighbors have shown over the years, how do we proceed? How do we be both open and protected?" River felt the weight of expectation as the assembly turned to them. This was the moment their unique perspective had been preparing them for, the need to synthesize opposing views into actionable harmony. "We pilot programs," River suggested, the ideas flowing from deep contemplation over recent days. "Small, controlled experiments in openness. Perhaps we select one or two communities that have shown consistent good faith in trading relationships. We share limited knowledge, maybe water purification techniques or basic medical practices, and observe the results." They continued, warming to the topic as connections formed. "We create visitor protocols that Anchor's security concerns would approve. Limited numbers, specific areas of access, always accompanied by guides. We document everything, learning what works and what threatens our stability." "And the geckos?" someone asked from the assembly. "We watch their responses," River replied immediately. "They've been our partners in building this community. If increased visitor presence disturbs them, we adjust. If they show comfort with gradual changes, we proceed. They're not just residents, but indicators of whether we're maintaining the harmony that defines us." The discussion that followed was rich with possibility. Anchor's supporters found reassurance in the cautious approach, while Phoenix's faction saw opportunities for their vision within controlled parameters. Most importantly, the process of finding middle ground strengthened rather than divided the community. Specific proposals emerged, a formal ambassador program where selected residents would travel to potential partner communities, a visitor center at the settlement's edge where curious outsiders could learn about new harmony without full access, documentation projects to preserve their techniques in forms that could be shared without compromising security. Each idea refined through collective wisdom shaped by both human insight and awareness of Gecko needs. As the meeting progressed, River noticed the Gecko elders had settled into relaxed positions, their earlier demonstration complete. Sage Tail caught River's eye and performed a slow blink, the Gecko expression of satisfaction and trust. The young mediator returned the gesture, feeling a deep connection to the wordless wisdom these ancient creatures embodied. By the time Chen called for consensus, New Harmony's traditional decision-making method, the path forward had become clear. Not a dramatic revolution, but careful evolution, respecting both the foundation of isolation that had allowed their unique culture to develop and the reality that complete isolation was neither sustainable nor ethical given what they had learned. The weeks that followed saw River at the center of implementing these new policies. They worked with Anchor to develop security protocols that protected while welcoming, with Phoenix to identify appropriate knowledge for sharing, with Chronicle to document procedures for future generations. Most crucially, they maintained constant awareness of how the Gecko population responded to changes. The first official visitors under the new protocols arrived on a morning when mist softened the settlement's edges. River stood with the greeting committee, watching the mixture of wonder and nervousness on the travelers' faces as they encountered their first geckos. The visitors had been carefully selected, representatives from a community 2 days' travel away, who had shown consistent ethical trading practices and expressed genuine interest in interspecies cooperation. "Welcome to New Harmony," River said, the words carrying new weight as official settlement policy. "We're pleased to share some of what we've learned about building community across species boundaries. Please remember that you're entering a space where geckos are full residents, deserving of the same respect you'd show any neighbor." The visit proceeded smoothly, with River serving as primary guide and interpreter. They showed the visitors the general principles of gecko-ghoul cooperation without revealing sensitive details. They demonstrated basic communication patterns, explained the philosophy of mutual benefit, shared stories of success and challenge. Throughout, River monitored both human and gecko responses, adjusting the tour based on comfort levels of all involved. When the visitors departed 3 days later, they carried with them not secrets that could compromise New Harmony, but seeds of possibility. Instructions for building gecko-friendly architecture. Basic medical techniques that worked across species. Most importantly, the lived experience of seeing successful cooperation, proof that the wasteland's brutal rules weren't the only option. Phoenix found River that evening at the meditation spot, Sage Tail again providing quiet companionship. "You did it," she said simply. "Found the path between extremes." The visitors left inspired but without information that could harm us. "We did it," River corrected. "The whole community, including our scaled members. I just helped translate between perspectives." Phoenix nodded, then added with a smile, "Anchor asked me to tell you she's cautiously optimistic about the new approach," which from her is practically a ringing endorsement. As night settled over New Harmony, River reflected on the journey from crisis to resolution. The settlement hadn't chosen between isolation and openness, but had found a uniquely New Harmony way to evolve, careful, considerate of all residents, building on strengths while acknowledging vulnerabilities. Sage Tail shifted beside them, settling more comfortably as the evening cooled. River reached out slowly, running gentle fingers along the old gecko's scales in a gesture of companionship that transcended species. Here was the truth at the heart of their community. Not that ghouls and geckos had learned to tolerate each other, but that they had become genuinely intertwined, each species enriched by the presence of the other. The future remained uncertain, as futures always were. The new policies might bring unforeseen challenges. Some partner communities might disappoint their trust. Changes might stress the delicate balance they had maintained for so long. But River felt confident in the community's ability to adapt, to learn, to maintain their essential harmony while allowing for growth. "Change and stability," River murmured to Sage Tail. "Growth and protection. Your people understood that long before we found words for it." The old gecko made a soft sound that might have been agreement or simply contentment. Together they watched the stars emerge over New Harmony, the same stars that had witnessed the settlement's desperate beginning and now observed its thoughtful evolution. The community slept peacefully, ghouls and geckos sharing space and dreams, secure in the knowledge that whatever tomorrow brought, they would face it together. River eventually made their way home, moving through paths lit by gentle bioluminescence, another innovation that respected Gecko navigation needs while serving human purposes. Throughout the settlement, the quiet sounds of dual-species life created a symphony of successful coexistence. Guards at their posts, both human and Gecko, watched for external threats while internal harmony hummed with strengthened purpose. The young mediator's growth had become the community's growth, their ability to bridge perspectives now formalized into new harmonies, evolving policies. But River understood this was not an ending but another beginning. Each generation would face new challenges requiring fresh synthesis of old wisdom and new possibilities. The work of building true community, especially one as unprecedented as theirs, was never complete. As River settled for sleep, Sage Tail's presence still warming their thoughts, they felt the deep satisfaction of purpose fulfilled while recognizing purpose ongoing. Tomorrow would bring new visitors to guide, new policies to refine, new moments requiring translation between worlds. But tonight, new harmony rested in the peace of a community that had faced potential division and chosen instead to grow stronger, more nuanced, more capable of holding multiple truths in harmonious balance. The settlement dreamed collectively of futures where the impossible had become commonplace, where cooperation replaced conflict not through naive idealism but through patient work and mutual respect. And at the heart of those dreams moved figures like River, bridges between worlds, translators of possibility, living proof that understanding could triumph over fear when given careful cultivation and time. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.